What's up, everybody? Good to see you all. Hope everyone's doing well. Bizarre, thank you and welcome back for 25 total months. That's absolutely awesome. For 25 months of Prime. And there goes my camera. Hold on. It's been acting up today. Me. Hopefully that's not going to be a reoccurring theme, but you know how it goes. We'll deal with it. Hey, Orbital, Banelink, what's going on? Hey, Mr. Meyer, good to see you over on the YouTube side. Obviously, hello, Bizarre, Holiday, Trojan, Astro Boy, Jat. What is up? Good to see you all today. Like I said, I'm sorry. I said in Discord, I know we're starting late again today. So here's the timeline. The pre-patch for the classic WoW thing, 10 days from today. So, not this Tuesday that we're about to hit, but the one after, is pre-patch for the Burning Crusade, and then we have 2 weeks of that pre-patch, and then Burning Crusade starts. At least for the beginning of the Burning Crusade, we won't have any raid days because we're all going to be leveling up and getting ready to go. And we're dropping Saturdays from the raid schedule entirely. Saturday landed on our raid schedule early because one of the people who was set to be one of our main tanks, that was really the only day that they were going to be raiding. So I made a concession thinking I could make it work to do a good enough stream on Saturdays and then still get over there and carry my responsibility there. Obviously, this is more important. This is my job. I thought I could do both, and obviously Saturday streams have suffered because of that other obligation all year. And I'm aware of that. It's not like I'm blind to it, so we're dropping that off the schedule. So I won't be doing Saturday raids, which means I can get back to good, long, super Saturday streams like we had here for, a couple full years. So that'll be happening within a month, probably beginning of February, either the first or second week of February. That Saturday we'll be able to get back to a really long super Saturday. And I'm still going to try to get as much time as I can in on the Saturdays between now and then. We raided until past 1 o'clock my time last night, this morning rather, 1 a.m. And then at about 2 a.m., I had to follow up with some of my guild officers over some of the stuff that happened during the raid. And then that turned into multiple hours without really intending it to be. And I know that some of it was from the standpoint of logistics of running a guild, trying to communicate with my officers and keep things in wraps. But part of it was also my brain latching on very tightly to some social decompression, because I don't socialize all that much, actually, with other people. I get to hang out with you guys when I stream, but that's kind of mostly, one way, and I lead the raids and play with them, but that's leadership mode, and it's not as much direct socialization. So afterwards, kind of just hanging out and chatting and talking with some people that I've spent nearly a year building this guild and leading it with, my brain latched onto that and kind of decompressed in a big way. And then it was like 4:15 in the morning before I got out of Discord, and then I hadn't eaten all day. So I hard-boiled a couple eggs because it was going to be super quick. I had some eggs and a couple pieces of toast and an avocado sliced up. And I was done eating by 5, and I was ready to go try to lay down and get some sleep. And then at 5:35, I was still awake because my neighbor's dog had been barking since 4:15 in the morning, non-stop, to the point that I went over and was going to knock on his door and say, dude, you got to get your dog to stop. He couldn't even hear me knocking on the door because he had his music inside turned up so loud to drown out his own dog barking. So I look like, and I'm sure I am, the crazy neighbor at 5:45 in the morning banging on his door to say, dude, shut your fucking dog up. And his response was, it's a dog. What do you want me to do? That's not an excuse. My dog hasn't barked in a year, literally. Dogs bark. That's part of what dogs do. A dog barking for a few minutes is one thing. Even in the middle of the night, it heard something, it saw something, it smelled something, it barked. That's what a dog does. The dog barked for nearly 2 hours straight. That's not normal behavior, and it's not okay. But then I was annoyed and frustrated because that was a shitty interaction to have. So by the time I finally fell asleep, it was like 10 a.m., which was only 4.5 hours ago. So, sorry I'm late today. I'm sorry if it comes across as a bunch of excuses or shit about my life that you guys don't really care about. You just want to see the gameplay. I've always just been me. I've always tried to be honest and as open as I can be. I don't put on a performance or a persona when I go live. It's me. And me got no fucking sleep because my neighbor treats his dog like a lawn ornament, and when it gets too loud for him, he just cranks his music up. I don't have that option. So, it was a fun night. But we're here, and I'm okay. And in the past, I probably wouldn't even, I'd have said something about it, and I'd have been like, I've been up all night, but hey, insomnia is just my life. Insomnia is not my life anymore, so maybe it hits a little harder now when I get in these weird stretches. I'm just more aware of it because I've actually seen what a healthier sleep rhythm can be like. So that's a good thing. Good news is there's, improvement, but we're here. We're going to try to get this Lobster Man commander. We're going to try to bag him, take him home, make him tell us his secrets, and then find Talef. Talef is a long mission. It's 3 stages. No matter how you spin it, it's always the same 3 stages, and they take some effort to clear. So Talef is going to be, a time investment. But if we're able to get the Lobster Man commander early enough, and we're able to get through Talef, and we have any time left, if we only have, 30, 45 minutes, we'll hang out, we'll chat, maybe we'll put FTL or Slay the Spire on in the background and just hang out for a bit to wrap up the stream. If we have more than that, we might try to kick off an XCOM2 run. But the focus today is to wrap up TFTD, so let's go. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time it is for you, wherever you are. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, thanks for being here. I'm The Voice, and this is The Echo, where everybody has a voice. That means me, you, our games, our characters, our stories, our heroes and villains, successes and failures, the ups, the downs, the good, the bad, the wins, and the losses in all things sci-fi and fantasy, particularly and especially gaming. This is a place where we come together to enjoy those things alongside challenging gameplay in a chill environment as part of an awesome community of amazing people. That's each and every one of you. Whether it's your first time here, whether you're a long-time regular, whether you're a lurker or a chatter, whether you recently returned to the stream, stumbled in by accident, got here through a raid one day, found us through YouTube, are tuning in live on the YouTube side, or don't even know how you got here. The time you guys choose to spend here is awesome and amazing and extremely valuable to me, so thank you very much for that. And thank you for all the ways you guys choose to support the stream, the channel, the community, and me, and give me the continued opportunity to create this space, curate this experience, and share some good times, good vibes, and good games with a great group of awesome people. Today, as I said, our goal is to wrap up Terror from the Deep. All we have to do is capture one Lobster Man commander, make him talk, find Talef. We have to build the craft. Find Talef, blow up Talef. Good. So that's the goal. Let's see if we can make it happen. Let's jump over to the game. Ooh. All right. Yeah. So one thing is, I'm wondering if it's gonna take 2. It takes 2, baby, to get 2 Lobster Man commanders, because one is actually tied to the craft itself. But we've already done the Hammerhead now, so I think a single Lobster Man commander from here will give us both topics, the Talef, the Alien City, and the latest flying set. Or do we already have? Yeah, because we still need the research topic for the Leviathan itself. So I hope it's not going to take two separate Lobsterman commanders, but we'll see. It shouldn't, but because we've already researched the ultimate threat. So the next one from a commander is Teleth, the alien city, but we also need the ultimate craft, or the latest flying sub, which is Leviathan, which is the Avenger. One interview or one interrogation should give us both. Should. I don't know if it will, but it's supposed to. Okay, and they've got bombs if they were to get attacked. So, yeah, do they have tanks? No, so they need tanks, just in case. Dude, Jat, that was one of the things I was watching this morning because I was trying to get my brain to kind of slow down and decompress, so I went back and started watching through the original Columbo episodes. So I watched Prescription Murder last night, well, this morning, when I was trying to wind down, which I think is first episode, first season. I love that old show, and it's well before my time. The first episodes aired nearly 20 years before I was even born, but there's something really just genuinely not only good about the writing, but the character of Columbo is actually so incredibly deep and well made. So good. So good. So worth the time. Okay, that's a Gilman cruiser. It's a cruiser, which means it's almost guaranteed to be 50 Zerbite, and that's worth grabbing. Double blowout. Did we just get the near side? Oh wow, that's the least common that I tend to see. Is just this left side blowout. I don't know if that's supported by any math, but it seems to be the least common configuration when part of the ship does blow out. There's 3 more bodies. Counted those. 4 more. They don't actually see him. Nice. I don't want to risk soldiers too much. I know it's probably not the most engaging way to go about this, but I'm going to risk soldiers minimally this late in the campaign when we filtered for size strength, or MC strength. So, the oscillator, or the displacers are so tanky and powerful that they can scout a whole mission with very minimal risk, especially if it's a mission that does not have disruptor pulse launchers, which most don't, so... That's one of the few things that might be the only thing in the game that can one-shot a displacer as a DPL. There you go, Bizarre. Yep, it happens. But again, soldiers in this armor are also exceptionally tanky. So there's not that much risk to sending them out. There's risk, but... Well, let's see. So this does 130, plus 50% is another 65, so that's 195. Is that math right? I think so. And our front armor here, that's max damage. Our front armor here is 142, but it also reduces 10% of sonic damage. So that means their hit goes to 128, something like... Or 195... It's 10% to 19, so 177. Yeah, they can do 30-something damage through on a full power hit to the front. So they can one-shot a soldier with lower health, but it's not overly likely. Hey, G-Rambo, good to see you. More stuff on custom Long War. Well, do share. I will be getting back to a Long War 1 campaign sometime this year. What's up, Brimcon? So you're immune to everything, so 95, 50% is going to be 47.5. Yeah. Even on a full power hit, this can't damage front armor. Obviously, they won't always get hit from the front, but yeah, that's true. That's pretty cool. Hey, that's pretty good. I'm not sure I'd be able to guess right now. My brain's not exactly running at full power, so... Others in the chat might want to guess before you reveal, but my guessing right now would be ineffectual. Especially not a perk. Okay, so not a perk. A base ability. I don't know. Ooh, nice shot. Ooh. Piece of candy. Flight. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. Well, that kind of just makes sense, doesn't it? Also, not cool in the slightest from a player standpoint, but yeah, it makes... Very nice. They can fly now? Hey, did you see what I did there? I called back to a stupid movie line. I've never done that before. Exactly, Cursed. And it's like, no, they've always flown, you fucking idiots. Oh, God, what a travesty of cinema. There's gonna be one back in the craft. That's what's gonna happen here. Okay, so Tremors 3, it's perfectly fine for that line to exist, Kooky. Because ass blasters were new. Hey, G Rainbow, thanks for popping in. Somehow the aliens have returned. See, that's appropriate. Because there is a legitimate reason to question how we're in a second war. Alright, I do have some hot tea, and I don't want it to get cold, so I'm actually going to try to drink it before it gets to room temperature today. But yeah, Columbo, if you haven't watched it, if you have Amazon Prime, it's included with ads, unless you pay for, like, no ads, but yeah. There's like 7 seasons, something like that, available on Amazon Prime, if you have it. It's not an ad, I didn't know that I had it until I looked. Like, I didn't know that it was available on there until I looked, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Only problem was it didn't really help my brain shut down and get ready to go to sleep because I was actually enjoying the show. It wasn't just boredom or background ambience, it was like, oh, this is actually worth watching. Which is great, good show, not what I needed 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago when I was trying to fall asleep. Also, don't forget if you have an Amazon Prime, you get 1 free sub every month. Make sure to use it. If you don't use it here, use it on some channel. You're already paying for it. Make sure you support a streamer you care about and enjoy. It basically has to be one in this craft. Or there's like one over here that I didn't scout. Yeah. Gotcha. He most likely has a sonic cannon, so I do need to be... He does not have a sonic cannon. He has a hole in his gut. All right. Okay, 50 more Zerbite. It's an escort, probably no Zerbite. Did I just make sonic oscillators instead of sonic displacers? I did. Whatever. Oscillator's the plasma beam equivalent. So that's a craft weapon. Yeah, so I made 2 more for no real reason. Okay, there could be a dreadnought here. So that is a way to get a Lobsterman commander. It was mostly just for score. Didn't see a dreadnought, though. The dreadnought is the battleship equivalent. So it has the commanders. But it also will have tentaculates. And that's not cool. Alien resource raid. How about no? How about no? You crazy aquatic bastard. Medium ships are dangerous because they have disruptor pulse launchers. It's basically like if abductors in UFO defense had blaster launchers. They did that on purpose, and it's not cool. They tricked the player. They were like, what if we surprised him? And in this one, a medium ship can blaster bomb them. And nobody was happy. I'm really happy to be able to be here on a Saturday, even if we started a little bit late today. Having a nice cup of tea, hanging out with you awesome folks. Alien colony expansion in the Sea of Japan. Isn't there already a colony over here? Can you go away? Huh? Can you go away? This intercept music's not near as, you know, iconic as, dun, 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 you know. It's not bad. It's just fails by comparison to its predecessor, which is sublime. I mean, there's a Lobsterman commander on this ship. There's also a risk of losing freaking tentaculate, or to, you know, soldiers to tentaculates, and to DPL shots. Yeah, in a lot of ways, it does lose out to Enemy Within just the same. So you're definitely right about that, Jat. Lost track of the Dreadnought anyway, so. It's a cruiser, so we'll go after this one to snag some Zerbite, keep things running. And I know that there are colonies within which there is a Lobsterman commander, but I don't dislike myself that much. And doing an alien colony in TFTD is... it's an exploration in self-hatred to do it voluntarily. I agree, Jat. I think it would be very good. I think XCOM fans would go for that, for sure. I think that's still daylight. Yep. That was your one chance, your one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted. You just let it slip. Were your palms sweaty? Your knees weak? Are your arms heavy? Is there vomit on your sonic cannon already? Shot a hole in his stomach and it looks like it's full of spaghetti, which is weird. Tank is actually not very pretty. It doesn't have to be pretty, it's functional. That's been my line my whole life, so come on. I would rather do a Snake Man based Ninja Zombie, for sure. But yeah, it's definitely not something enjoyable. That's an awesome memory to have, Bizarre. Going through the settings, getting the MIDI to work, and getting the Sound Blaster to work, and then suddenly it goes on and you're hearing that XCOM theme for the first time. Yeah. Excuse me. And it played through sometime back. I did a colony for a commander. First Lobster on level 2 as a commander, and he was right next to the... So, yeah. In my previous campaigns that I've streamed of TFTD, I've done a couple colonies in most of those campaigns. There's just no... I don't want to. You can't make me. I won't go back there. Because it's also possible that you get into the second level, you see and scan nothing, and then on the first end turn, 4 people get zombified. Or you eat a DPL. Which I don't know why you're eating them, they have no nutritional value. Lots of death in there. Cursed Orange. A 30 stream streak. That is amazing, and it really means the world to me that you enjoy the stream enough to pop in that regularly, and haven't missed a stream in a long time with 30 straight streams. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Yeah, it's almost impressive how ridiculously stupid colonies are from a standpoint of, this is a video game and people play these for fun. Let's make this. Now look, I have spoken at length till I was blue in the face about enjoying difficulty in games. There's difficulty because it's designed well, and there's difficulty because the creator hated the audience. Colonies don't quite get to that point. They are designed well, but they're just brutal. They're designed well because they make it feel like it's super dangerous to attack. And that's what an alien colony should feel like. So from that standpoint, it's a success. It shouldn't be easy to just walk in there and do what you want to do. It's an improvement, in a way, over the basis of UFO defense. Where it falls short is that they are static. Not in that they always have the exact same layout, although the surface does always have the exact same layout, but there's no variety in crew complement. The interior, the surface and the interior always have the exact same crew makeup and size. Only variance is difficulty. And so it's always lobstermen and tentaculates. There's no Tassoff. There's no aquatoids on the interior. Now, that's cool because once you get to the interior, you don't need any MC strength. You're just not going to face any attacks. But it just... there's no variance to it. And so that's a little bit of a detraction from the bases in UFO defense, which have something of a charm about them, in my mind. Comments about the original XCOM because the save game difficulty? Yes. For sure, Ragged. Yeah. That's pretty common, you know, that TFTD was made overly difficult by comparison because of the difficulty bug with UFO defense, but that's one of the biggest strengths to Hellraiser's hard mode mod, is the chance for there to always be a secondary supporting species present on any mission, but particularly alien bases, and you don't know what that's going to be. So even if you know what the base is made of because you do a supply ship raid, you don't know, even if the supply ship has a secondary species on it, that's not guaranteed to be the supporting species in an alien base. And there will also be terror units from both. So that adds real variety and challenge that you can't necessarily account for. Now, what you can do is land, see, take off, and go back prepared for whatever it is, but I try not to do stuff like that. Not because I think it's a bad thing. You could easily justify that as a very tactical decision to make. It's just not my way of doing it. If I can avoid it. But you could, you know, easily consider that reconnaissance and information gathering. But I figured he might be the last one, but if I could get the experience on a soldier, I'd rather do that. But mostly we're there for that Zerbit. They haven't been making anything for days now. I just Googled that very subject and what comes up but an old Reddit thread with a page, a comment by me. Yeah. I don't know the last time I did anything on Reddit, but page long. Gotcha. I wasn't sure, but yeah. That sounds about right. Come on, lobsters, attack my base. I don't care which one, I'll stun your face. Let's go. I need a commander now. Yeah, but with lobstermen. That'll be the third time a Gillman dreadnought has attacked the base. They obviously are going to find us. They literally flew right over top, so. And we're not shooting down dreadnoughts. Yeah, I just need them to find me with a lobster man. We've already defended that base against Gilman twice. Like, come on. Make it 3. I don't need anybody alive. I was gonna say, I must not have many I do have some die grenades, but I don't have many. And that's fine, it's not a big deal. We have sonic displacers here now, so. Sonic displacers are the hover tanks. In case that wasn't clear, because I didn't specify and people may not know. I did not mean to do what just happened there, where I took basically all the dye grenades off. Okay. Hey, Radioactive, what's going on? Yeah, counters, that's a fresh reset, because we just started this mission.
Give me a second. I said, hey, what's going on? And I said, hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. I said, hey.
This is what they thought our PCs might look like in 2040. Still big, boxy CRT monitors and so forth. Two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 14 total. Okay, yeah. 7 on either side's fine. That's not what yours looks like? No. I must have an older model. Yeah, no hate for a big old CRT. Not even in the slightest. Just making note. It's interesting to me. I do remember the feeling of being very satisfied the first time I went to take my machine over to a friend's house for a LAN party, and I had my first, like, 17-inch, you know, flat screen LCD monitor, and was like, oh my god, this is so much easier. That's a memory. Hello, boys. That weapon doesn't work here, sir. There's a hole in the wall now. Maintenance is going to be thrilled about having to clean that up. Well, repair that. Hey, when do you want to shoot? Come on. Come on. Come on, stun me, I'm here. Come on, do it. They're not going to do it. That's just shot efficiency. I don't need them stunned, but... One shot, two guys. Two folks stunned. He's got good accuracy, too. You're wrecked, deep one. Functional. Oh no, the deep one did some damage. Oh no. Or we might have done some damage shooting at its butt. Yeah, they shot with the... That's what I was looking. No? Or just barely. Either way, not much. Now, you can shoot me. You can't shoot at all, because you chose the wrong weapon. You're right, nerd. The tank with 30 reactions shot you twice. Sucks to suck. That's what he sounded like, so, you know. Yeah, you don't need anything but... If anyone goes back and watches the original TFTD campaign that I uploaded on YouTube, that I was the first one I streamed, and I hadn't played TFTD in 4 or 5 years, we lost a Triton crew to a terror site, and then the aliens immediately attacked our main base. And the only crew to defend it were like 2 soldiers with bad MC and 1 displacer. We almost defended that base, because a single displacer is very powerful. But the original base, I wasn't using any mods, so it was the default base layout with the bad sub-pen placement. So one tank also couldn't lock down one hallway by itself. And we should have had a coelacanth on the map, but the game didn't give it to us, even though we had the ammo for it in storage. But we almost defended that base. We got down to like 1 or 2 aliens left before they managed to wipe us out. And then I lost, spoiler, but we lost our main base midway through that campaign. All my scientists, most of my engineers, I had to rebuild my science facilities in a secondary base. And we took that campaign on to a win. So you can be really down and really out and still turn it into a win. And that's part of the forgiving nature of Classic. There are situations where it might not be recoverable, but it's really hard to get into those. Especially in the vanilla versions of the game. Hey, nice shot. Alright. We raided Ghost Wizards the other day, who's doing Long War again, which is awesome. I'm looking forward to getting back to Long War sometime this year as well. Probably one of my favorite, if not my favorite, XCOM experience is Long War 1 for Enemy Within. It's so good. But he was illuminating me on what had happened with his TFTD campaign, which is that he had a full squad wipe on an artifact site. Yeah, artifact sites can be brutal, especially if you're not familiar with what is going to happen on them. And he even said, you know, it's probably still doable to push the campaign further, and it absolutely is, but I can also understand wanting to not at the moment. And he doesn't have the nostalgic factor of classic XCOM like I do, but it's really cool to see him play some campaigns of UFO and then TFTD. But yeah, that can be tough. That's not the tank I wanted to be on, but sure. Yeah, you can't stun them, dumbass. I know that's not the only one, because another one's still shot. But in order to get the tanks in there, we have to do the whole fucking shoot stuff out. Yeah, there's 2 of them over there with stun weapons. That's all they have. If we keep firing stun weapons at it, maybe we'll eventually hit it. You won't. But keep trying. Could they at least test these missions enough to realize to make room for the tanks to maneuver? It might be intentional. That they don't want the tanks to be able to get into this area easily. They may feel like that trivializes part of the challenge. I don't know. I didn't make it. And loosely speaking, it kind of does. Trivialize some of it. Yeah, I didn't think a displacer was able to destroy that piece of terrain, but I didn't remember precisely, so... There's one more. There's 2 more. There's 1 more. Nope. That can't hurt me! Of course there's another one. Well, if you're stubborn like me, you can get a tank in here. It's just not efficient at all. When a deep one terrorist goes berserk, you've done okay. When you get terror units flipping out, yeah. You be winning. There are more of them back here than I expected. And I don't know where that deep one is. There's the deep one. There goes the deep one.
There goes the deep one.
Yeah, the ship's gonna be in the way. Yeah, it's like there's a few left. 9 aliens later. Damn. Terminator, you can't stop us. We're coming for you. This poor Gill man over here. I gotta get my hotkeys set back up for these sound alerts, but this poor Gill man, he's sitting over here and all he's hearing.
It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear, and it absolutely will not stop, ever, until you are dead.
And he's dead. Thanks for the delivery, Gilman.
You said clear.
I said it looks clear.
What does it look like now?
Looks clear.
Give the scientist someone to talk to for a minute. Yes, if only. Plasma, if only. Hey, Honker, good to see you. Heavy cruisers are pretty rare. They're like, harvesters. Oh, okay. They've already done all they can get out of him, so. Well, I might go after a colony if I don't see a Lobster Man dreadnought soon enough. Even going after a dreadnought would be preferable to going after a colony. By a lot. Far more preferable. Let's have this pilot flex and kill all 3 of these ships. That's one. Make 5 total if he gets them all. Here's 2. Just went right past us. And 3. Yeah. That's an accomplished pilot. Yeah. That gained us like 750 score. Alright, come on, scumbags. Gilman again? Fourth colony. There's a dreadnought. I'll just keep him for now. Need to make more mag ion armor. Dreadnought's going full speed, though, which means it's probably leaving. Nope, it just slowed down. Hey, Seer, good to see you. Mag ion armor is magnetic ion armor. It's the flying suit of TFTD. I'm not happy about this, but there will be a commander here. It's another Gillman Dreadnought searching for a base. Or, Lobsterman Commander. I don't know what I said, but yeah. New Mexico assigned it. I don't care. Okay, here's gonna be a commander. Alright. Some of these people can't shoot. Dude, no one here has good accuracy. What the hell? Okay, they do, and they have the worst armor. They're the... I don't need anything else alive. All I need is the commander. Which does not mean this will be easy. Alright, we just gotta slow this mission way down and not get blapped by DPLs. I brought 2 displacers because their tankiness is going to keep these things from wrecking us. I think it's 6, but it might be more. Like in Classic, the maximum terror units on a battleship on superhuman difficulty is 6, but TFTD may not follow. I'm not as versed on TFTD. I don't have those numbers committed to memory, so I'm checking right now. See if I can refresh myself. Dreadnought. How many scumbags are in you? Yeah, 6. It's 4 to 6. So, on the low side, 4 tentaculates, on the high side, 6. So we need to kill 6 tentaculates before we are safe, and we still have to watch out for getting blasted with a DPL. That's 1 tentaculate. And there will be 22 to 28 total aliens here. Honker, there's a channel point redemption for signing up with a soldier. What's the damage that a tentaculate can do? I wonder what the odds are of it putting out lethal damage to a sonic oscillator or displacer. Yeah, 4 to 6 terror units cursed, but yeah. 22 to 28 total aliens. And the variance is entirely in soldiers and terror units. Okay, there's a tent. And we need to not shoot any lobsters until we've identified that they're not the commander. There he is. There's only 1 commander, so that is the one. Alright, that's 2 tents dead. It's not lucky so much in that it's great to identify him, but I still have to kill everything here or somehow get to him. And he's not exactly accessible where he is. So we can see him because there's a window here. But he's up in the ship. And to get into it, you have to get into the lift, up, down the corridor, and up to the second level, and then over to here. Assuming he's still in the same spot. Okay, that won't be the commander, but it just behooves me to ensure. And sonic displacers can hurt lobstermen. It's just not slightly more effective than a blaster rifle. The good thing is, most of them are going to be armed with DPLs and TSLs, thermal shock launchers. But a DPL hit can kill me. That was the commander trying to stun me. So 130 after modifiers would mean it can do damage. It has to be able to be more than that, because I know that they can damage a displacer. I've seen it. Yeah, there he is. Those shots can't hurt us. There are other ones that can. Oh, okay, so the base is... Gotcha. That makes a little more sense. It's a low chance, and it's a low chance to do real damage. Because the displacer also has a chunk of health behind that. Yeah, but if I fly to the window and someone else fires a DPL at this tank and it blows up through and kills that commander, it's going to be unfortunate. I don't even really want the commander shooting at me if I can avoid it, but... This is tedious and slow, and that's entirely intentional. The slower we can make this fight, the better our chances at getting what we need, which is that commander alive. They're also wasting a bunch of their stun ammo, which is going to make it a lot easier for our soldiers to get up close to them, but it is going to mean that they're going to rely on their melee attacks, and that means that's more dangerous. Yeah, a DPL can't outright kill a lobster with one hit, even a direct hit, but it can. It won't guaranteed, but it could. And it could damage him enough that he dies before we get to him, because bleeding is on. So if he took the partial DPL shot and it caused him fatal wounds, he could bleed out before we could get him. So... This is more just for efficiency. Because it's one shot. Still only 2 tentaculates, so at least 2 more tents and up to 4 more. We'll be present. I'm keeping one of my tanks behind the doors of the sub, more or less at all times, so that it doesn't eat a DPL shot. The great thing about the automatic door on the subs in TFTD is once you're inside, as long as the door doesn't get opened by something, you're safe from launcher shots. Until a biodrone opens the door and you shoot it and it explodes and kills your entire crew. Check on YouTube for that clip. So we've killed 2 soldiers, 2 tentaculates, 18 aliens to go at minimum. One of those is the commander, so 17 that need to die or be dealt with. There's a tent. That's number 3. That's gross, bro. Three tents dead. Alright. And those things will zombify a soldier through, you know, armor instantly. So, we don't want that. But that's, half or more of them dead. That's at minimum 75% of them dead, and... Or at maximum, that's 75%. There's 1 more. Minimum, that's half of them dead if there are 6 total. Just do a little scouting. You see anything? No. Oh, I can't get back inside. Okay, don't... You don't want the door to be half open. I know that's not the commander. Alright. Nice and slow. Meticulous. That's our goal here. Get the commander. Ooh! Somebody stun my butt. But it can't stun me, because I'm a machine. Nice. Now, a stunned lobster man is still dangerous because they still have their claws. So, they drop their weapon, but they're still armed if they stand back up. Gotta see at least 1 more tentaculate before I'm feeling a little safer. The other great thing about tanks in the late game is the enemy tends to use sonic cannons, which can hurt it, DPLs, which can hurt it. That guy had a DPL. And stun weapons, which can't hurt it at all. I'm guessing that's a technician. Navigator. They give the navigators the big guns? Just to make sure it wasn't the commander who'd somehow gotten outside. It's just efficient to knock him out anyway, so... Only problem there is his awareness of me is now, hey, that's an enemy, I can DPL that. Alright. That could be the commander. I need to check everyone that has a stun weapon. Especially if it's close to the center of the ship. Okay. But he's not a danger. This guy, however, is... Okay, we did put a wound on that one, which is a navigator. Alright. I don't want that lobster standing up. If I can wound it, I don't have to worry about it. That's not guaranteed that that pulsar will wound it. They're very resilient to sonic pulsars, but... This is the 4th tent. I blew up 1 corpse. 2. 3. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. I'll put a grenade on that. This could get DPL'd. Sonic cannon. Well, we know it's not the commander. It did do damage, though. So this created a space where now they can walk off this walkway out into the open, which is interesting. Oh. Okay, that tentacular's dealt with, because that will kill it. So I don't have to worry about it getting up. Good. That's 4 tents dead. 2 more possible. It is possible that that's all of them, though. So. Which would be nice. But until I see 2 more, it can never be... Or I'm done with the mission. I can't be certain. Okay, that's another hit. I need to change one thing I've been doing on these turns. If it's Attaculate were to open the door to the sub, and my 3 guys with stun weapons fired, we could stun basically our entire crew, and then that's not great. Unlikely to happen, but, you know. If it does, and you had a chance to mitigate the opportunity, you know, the chance for it to be a problem, and you don't, well, kind of at fault. I don't think it's the commander, but I just have to be sure. It's that sonic cannon. And those can whittle us down and eventually kill us, the sonic cannons, so we only have the 2 tanks. Yeah, that did noticeable damage. Uh-huh. That's 1 DPL out of the way. That's very big. Good. It's another DPL on the ground. Okay. Making some real headway on their numbers. And their dangerous weapons. The ones that are most likely to damage our displacers. So that's 2 DPLs down. Another one was wounded, but that could be, one of these could be the guy who had a DPL who dropped down and came this way. I don't know how many of them are expected. Okay, well, if this isn't a guarantee, but if navigators are the ones carrying DPLs, there will be 3 of them. I don't know if technicians are also armed with DPLs. They could be. But if it's just navigators, there will be 3. Exactly 3. It is precise. That's the first kill on a lobster man. The other ones are all just stunned. 4 tentaculates dead. 2 DPLs on the ground. There's a 3rd DPL. That would be all of them. Potentially, that's all of them. Going through the door is safer. Because he'll have to move if he wants to open the door and then shoot me. That might be the commander. Let's take a look. Just a soldier. Stun weapon. Didn't stun anything because there was no pause for a spin animation. That's the one with the DPL. Did no damage. Most likely did no damage. Yeah. Okay, that's 3 DPLs on the ground. That could have been the commander. Okay, I'm gonna need to get a soldier over there and check. Yeah, that could have been the commander. It's not likely that it was. Yeah, it's not dead for the moment. Medkit. Okay. And it's not likely that close to dead, because these don't do that much damage to them. And most of the reason it went down is because it had just fired a stun weapon at us from point blank range, so it's mostly taken stun damage. Well, we know that's not the commander, so. Sonic cannon. Heavy thermic lance. Don't care about that. Where were those stun shots coming from? That's confusing. Okay. It's likely that it isn't the commander, but it could be, so we're gonna try to check. We might get over there and only see a corpse, because whatever it is could die before we get there. Again, not overly likely. Uh-huh. Soldier. Oh, yeah. So technicians, cannons. Don't know if that's guaranteed or... There is a loadout document that I could look at, but I don't need to. Alright, let's get both tanks on the same side, since we're gonna need to do some work. Good thing is sonic cannons don't get to shoot very often. Time unit efficiency is low. It didn't damage us either. He stunned the other one. Cool. So he stunned the sonic cannon before it took a shot. It's just less potential damage for us. I'm pretty sure that's just the same soldier, but... yeah. Be the commander. Nope. Okay, no time units. Don't want you reaction firing in case the commander does walk up. This is tricky. Hey, Scimitar. It's not too bad on my end, but yeah. I think going forward, I might just, you know, eat my preference a little bit and use one of the better smoke mods that makes that less, you know, busy on the screen. Okay, another DPL. I can blow out that railing accidentally. I can do it intentionally. That would be nice. Okay. It's dangerous because they can walk across this railing, but we gotta try to get in here. Yeah. Thank goodness for magnetic ion armor. Soldier. Okay, it's just a soldier. They're gonna be left inside. So the commander's still up somewhere. Did I destroy that railing, or did they do it with a sonic cannon? I was pretty sure I did. With the tank shooting. Well, at this point, it just doesn't make sense to worry about it. Okay. So we've killed 4 tentaculates. That's 1. We blew up a body. 2, 3, 4. So that's 4 on our count. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So there are a maximum of 10 aliens remaining at the very top end. And could be as few as 4. And we've checked everything that has had a stun weapon in its hand to make sure it wasn't the commander, because the first alien we saw was the commander with a stun weapon in his hand. Yeah, these walls are destroyable. Yep. It's got to be on the upper deck. Yeah. I don't know what the percentage chance is. It doesn't seem to be overly high. Uh-huh. Thank you. Yeah, so that's up here on this top level. Hey, Mages, good to see you. Nice and easy. No rushing. There are still a possibility of 2 tentaculates on this map as well, so that's not something to ignore. Pendler, lobster rolls sound great. I'm with you. I want some of that. Commander? Damn it. Probably gonna stun itself. Alright. So no movement in either of these sides. Doesn't mean there's nothing there. It just means the game is gonna punish me when I assume that nothing's there. Come on. Knocked himself out. I sure hope we got the commander in there. We did. He must have been one of the other ones that got stunned at some point, which is... We only killed ones that we identified, so... He must have been one of the ones that just randomly walked out and I stunned but never checked. But we got him. That was a good mission. Oh, this is the main base, so they have... Yep. Nice. That's it. No. That's a terror mission, Scout. No, Pendler, I've often preferred the look of UFO Defense to TFTD. The kind of washed out pastel color palette in TFTD is not my favorite. There's something charming about the mostly primary colors and kind of bright clarity of UFO Defense. For me, at least. For those who can't see the YouTube chat, Pendler had said, am I the only one that feels the graphics look goofy and a step backwards compared to the original? And I tend to agree, at least in some degree. That's the goal, Magus. Serge, have a good one. Thanks for popping in. Good to see you today. Can we just... How are they doing a surface attack when they're in the water? The water is not the surface. I mean, there is a surface. Shut up. Like, who are they attacking? A boat? I mean, maybe. Having a few beers and fishing? Uh-huh. I'm gonna let this go through, because in the event that it wants me to have a second set, a second commander, they'll bring me one. We don't need a second one. Beautiful. Now I can shoot it down. The latest flying sub. Ba-da-da-dum. Yeah, we ain't got a base up there. Keep looking. Infiltrate all you want. I'm about to take you out.
Take you out.
Go away. I'ma get you. I didn't get you. I'ma get you now.
One way or another. I'm gonna get you one way or another. I'm gonna find you.
Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Okay. Make the armor. Don't care about your supply cruisers. Send the Manta to make sure we catch this one. Get blasted. Blasted was appropriate. It's gonna leave radar range. And now it's back. From outer space. Actually, not this time. But he flew in here with that look upon his face. I spent so much ammo thinking how my aim was wrong. Hello? He deserved to get away at that point, damn. I did not mean to click return to base. I really like the Sea of Japan. That is painful. Leviathan. Hell yeah! Okay, they're almost done with the armor. It's not going to be enough armor. I'm going to need at least one more suit, but... This pilot in Barracuda 3 has to have killed the most subs by, like, a lot during the course of this campaign. They've single-handedly shot down dozens. You'd think they'd have better accuracy than missing 11 times on that very small. That's a battleship, which means that's going to try to start a terror event. We're faster. No terror for you. No terror event, bitch. Alright. So I had 5 suits, so that puts me at 15, 16, 22, 25. I need 3 more suits. Let's make 4, just in case I'm not counting correctly. Are they finally launching the attack in the Mediterranean? Nope, they're not going straight for us, so they're still scouting for us. But they're sending dreadnoughts now, so we're gonna have to probably fend that off before the campaign is over. Which will not be a problem, but... Ba-da-da-dum. You think I wouldn't chase you out here? I'm all over you. Go on, Barracuda 3. Kill more shit. Caught you. Hit the alien! Oh. You're fired. Okay, it's gonna take a while to build this, but... yeah. $18 days, something like that? 26, because, yeah, I don't have the third workshop. That's fine. We made 500 particle disturbance sensors and sold those. And we made 691 Gauss cannons and sold those. Cuts off 4 days to put 10 more people on it. Yeah, I don't know, chat. I was confused about that, too. Because it said I saw a touchdown, and it centered the map over here, but there's no vid. I have no idea. Is that the attack on the med? Not yet. All right. Hey, Count, good to see you. We're in the home stretch now, folks. Yep, soon as the, we'll be going in January of 2041. Once the, levee is built. Damn, Honker. You got there, but yes, we do have a base named Sushi Bar. Bar. Damn. You didn't even, you even typoed damn. You said denim. That's a rough one. I feel that. Every bit of that. I'm not pointing fingers. It was funny. We've all done it. It was entertaining. Because it was relatable. Inherently relatable. Innumerable aliens that have lain hidden on the earth and are held in suspended animation, cryogenically frozen. All the creatures are sealed into units, their body temperature reduced to a point where bodily functions are all but stopped. An examination of the unit so far reveals the unbelievable time periods that the bodies have been kept suspended for, some over 60 million years. That comma doesn't belong there. Mohammed, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Echo. Glad to have you here. Yeah, this comma is completely... All right. It's like a Shatner comment, comma. For some over 60 million years. Why the pause on the second word of the sentence? Alien surface attacks Sea of Japan. That's a battleship, so it's a terror ship. So let's not see a ship terror mission pop up, because there's no need for that noise. Good. Almost to Teleth. Teleth, she be coming. Alright. Cruiser, Lobsterman, alien infiltration. Where are you going? North Atlantic. Good. Okay. Okay. Cool. It's big for just mitigating any score loss, but they probably landed another infiltration somewhere because we just basically... Well, we shot down a lot, but... Many of the aliens we have captured are identical even down to their DNA, duplicates in every way. Cell samples are placed into the units from the frozen gene banks of the aliens. Some units contain humans or body parts. It is possible that another use for these cloning units is to create some alien-human hybrid. Ooh. Fancy. If our guy could hit. Thank you. You've killed so many ships. Like, how are you that inept every once in a while? So every once in a while, you just completely fail. Oh my goodness, I can click the right things, I swear. As I literally clicked the wrong thing again. Hey, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I got distracted, apparently. Thank you very much. Fumbled it all on Christmas. Floating base attack, South Pacific. Yeah, till you're actually near me, I'm not gonna deploy to that because South Pacific means apparently all the seas in the world in this game. We better get to Delet soon. Yeah, that's gonna be tough. I'll make it happen. I hope. We have our ways. Not going full speed, so it hadn't found us at that point. We might have to face off another base defense. Just because they're sending dreadnoughts to scout. So. Nice. Fantastic. That one's been there a while. 6 days. 7, basically. You think I'm actually going to that? I'll go say hi, and then I'm going home. Happy New Year, it's 2041 in the game. It's not that far away in real life. I mean, it's not that close either, but... Good. Fleet supply cruiser. Bye. All right. Almost done. I have 4 oscillators, or displacers at the base. I was gonna transfer another one over, and then I remembered I have 4 at the main base. I could take 4 on the final mission. I think I'm gonna take 3, at least, but I could take 4. There's a lot of space taken up on the craft, though. I almost always take 3 displacers to the final mission. Heyo, Thorsnor. But there's a consideration for 4. Okay. Start with 3. I don't think I want any sonic cannons. Alright, space available. Yeah, 14 soldiers instead of 10. Let's do that. Olzen's in. Zionzi's probably in. Yeah, strength and MC strength are good. Wartang has great MC strength, but their physical strength is low. And that... Gloomcat's in. Damn. Radioactive's probably in. Ragged looks good. Cursed looks good. Bluegrass is one of the lower, so let's just wait on that one. Painlink looks good. Zyrevolt's in. Kovir's is on the low MC strength, but this MC skill is granting him some additional resistance strength. And the only place that it matters is the surface of Teleth. Probably, but... North Star's in. Hellgraph's in. Magus is probably in, but let's double check. Little low here, but good accuracy. Bogu looks to be a shoe-in. Jet's a little low on strength, but good everywhere else. Yeah. I think that's the crew. I gotta check accuracy, like physical accuracy on some of these and just make sure I'm getting enough good shooters. See, this is great. These are both good, but that is low. So is that, but they don't even have good melee accuracy to go back on. So this is great. Good. Good. Not incredible, but better than the 40s. Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. Jat definitely needs to be on the craft. Okay, so Jat's definitely up. Who would he be replacing potentially? We'll make a comparison. Okay, so those three are low on accuracy, low on strength, low accuracy, lower strength. No. No. Okay, so Jat's replacing one of these other two. That's 47 by 97, but he's 60. Yeah, he's just he's low on physical strength, but he could be one of... He could just have a blaster rifle. They're really strong, but really inaccurate. I think it's North Star comes off. Yeah, they have the lowest accuracy, and they're not strong enough otherwise. I hate, you know, I wish I could take everybody, but if I'm taking tanks, I'm not taking everybody. So that's the crew. All right. So 44 by 97, 46 by 91, 52. Go without. 59. .56. Good accuracy. Alright. It's gonna be... Yeah, that'll be the 3 DPLs. Yeah, his accuracy... That's fine, but okay. We're gonna do thermal shock launcher here. With auxiliary equipment. I don't need to stun anything, obviously. It's not about stunning things to have them alive. It's about the efficiency of the stun weapon. From the fact that it can one-shot stun any enemy we could come up against. That'll work. Okay, Bogu is the physically weakest person here. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, Bogu, unfortunately. Yeah, no missions, no kills. You just haven't gotten to develop that strength, but... yeah, I'm taking Bluegrass. Alright, so I have 3 DPLs. 1, 2, 3. I've got 2 thermal shock launchers. Yeah. Oh, I copied the wrong one. That's fine. Okay. You have low accuracy. How do I want to do this? Is Ska better? Or Saber? $47 by 40, but 100 MC strength. MC strength's not the most important thing here. I think I take Ska instead. All right. Wish it would default these to the backpack, but it doesn't, and that's fine. No. Okay. We'll let's do it. Okay. All right. Can I do it in time? I got about 2 hours. Am I missing something? It had to be refueled. Okay. I was like, huh? Three tanks. All displacers. Yep. Alright. If it's coming up out of the water, how is it still all underwater? 6B Deep Mission, Alien City, Level 1, Flying Sub, Leviathan 1. We are entering the unknown. From here on in, there could be anything waiting for us. I know what it is. We know there are 2 further levels to the alien city, and your squad must race to the exit on this level to enter the next. Place all Aquanauts on the exit and click the abort mission icon to advance. Aborting elsewhere will terminate the mission. Okay. Okay, start on a corner there. That's advantageous. Biggest risk in this first section is disruptor pulse launchers. Okay. Keep one displacer in reserve. Safe. We want to clear this first level entirely, because then we take gear to the next level. So we don't want to actually race to the exit. That's kind of a little bit of a player trap that the game kind of can, you know, tempt you to fall into, because it says you need to race to the exit. No, you don't. You want to clear this level if you're at all capable of doing so that you can take all the equipment that's in your equipment piles and from the aliens with you to the next level. And the one after that. Aquatoids and hallucinoids. And, hold on. Un momento. Yeah. So the surface is basically just like the surface of Mars, but aquatoids instead of sectoids and hallucinoids instead of cyberdiscs. It's much easier. On veteran difficulty, it's 5 soldiers, 4 navigators, 4 commanders. It's going to be more on superhuman, but if you arrive in September 2040 or later, all will be armed with disruptor pulse launchers. If you arrive before then, some will be armed with sonic cannons or even blaster rifles if you somehow get to Deleth before May. So all of the aquatoids have disruptor pulse launchers. Okay, there is an alien standing over here. And I can tell that because I am trying to move here, and it will not let me move here. Which means there is something blocking my movement there. That's one. I think you still have to go to the elevator, Thorsnor. Because of the way the mission functions. I should know that 100%, but I'm doubting my own question. I'm doubting myself slightly, so I'm not going to say that that is certain, but I'm almost positive that it is. Also, unlike UFO defense, in TFTD, attacks cannot be made through these aqua lifts. It's not like the grav lifts in UFO defense, so standing on them like this makes you completely safe from being attacked from underneath. That's why I'm fine to do this. And explosions do not go through them. So even if they landed a DPL right here, it can't. And they can't shoot it through the levels. MC can, but not physical attacks. I'm safe from MC because we've just screened our soldiers very carefully. At the distance we're gonna be from any of these commanders, my soldiers are functionally immune from mind control and panic. There is something standing here because I cannot move. So, cursor scanning not only can reveal, the location of things like lifts. So if I cursor scan, I can eventually find the exit to the next level. I don't think that's it, but that might be it. No, that's not it. But cursor scanning your movement can also tell you where aliens are. Because if it won't let you move there, especially on a large unit like a tank, which takes up 4 spaces. The layout's not... It might be identical. But, hold on. No. It's not identical, no. It's not always the exact same. No, it's not. Because if you look at, like, the example given on the UFOpedia, the lifts are right next to the corner on the right instead of the corner on... So, if you look at the example there, this isn't the edge of the map. They have this as the edge of the map, but with the lifts right here. So, it's not always identical. Levels 2 and 3 are always laid out exactly the same. But level 1 has some variety to its map. It may be that on a version of the game, much like in UFO Defense, the Mars mission is an identical layout. It may be that this is on other versions, but yeah, the example map shows these lifts over here, so it's not identical. It's not 100% the same. Cursor scanning tastes like cheese? Yeah, it does. Go look at my hard mode campaign 2 final mission victory, because if I hadn't cursor scanned out the brain in that mission on complete luck, I'm probably losing that campaign at that point. Cursor scanning tastes like cheese, and I like cheese. Nice and easy. Awnings. I tend to agree, and I feel like you can kind of justify it via the technology in a lot of ways. You know, you can easily say that it's basically an extension of things like the motion scanner or other equipment that you would have to be able to do it, but I mean, they could have easily made this cursor not have a full tile wireframe and just be the floor. You know, just be the 4 boxes on the floor. And that would have been perfectly functional until you're in a situation like this where you can't really see the corners. So they could have made it, like, phase the walls so you could see through them, but it's in the game. I'm going to use it, so. Give some of the BS the game pulls. It's not too cheesy. Yeah, that's also fair. Look, I use cursor scanning a lot, and I teach. You know, I advise to use it as a tool. So I don't find it to be cheating or cheesy. I find it to be a valuable tool that the player can use to gain information. And it's a tactical game. It's a game of tactics and strategy. And what do you use to win those? Information. This is the exit. So if I had cursor scanned around, you eventually just look for where there's bubble columns going through the cursor, through basically the whole room. And that, you know, that's your exit. Oh, shit. That was 2. Killed themselves. Glad you finally shot him. There's the 2 that died. And there's another one there, so good. I have never once in all my years of playing ever seen an alien enter this exit area, but I still check it every time. So, you know, whatever that counts for. All right. Just in case we see one moving around close that we can pop down and pop. But yes, I'm going to do this in a very deliberate way, especially on the first area where if you lose a displacer, it's just a lot of your power left, you know, lost early. And there's really not much of a need for it. All we need is just a little patience. Now, there is a reality in that clearing this whole level takes a lot of time. So, there can be some expedience to just going to the exit. What was he shooting at? I am confusion. Where was this fucker shooting? All right. Okay. Was he, like, trying to get a shot at this one? And he just... No, like... I have no explanation, so I will not try to explain the behavior of foolish aquatoids. They're likely to start panicking pretty soon. With the number of kills we've had that have been completely unanswered. I know the game. I do know what I'm talking about. That's another one dead. No, Honker, it's not automatic. I'm actually doing it with my mouse, so if I click this one, it goes up. If I click this one, it goes down. So I just use a death counter and scoreboard counter tied to hotkeys that I've linked to my mouse. So it's not automatic. I'm sure someone could make an automatic one who's way smarter than I am, but I just use a little piece of software and yeah. I'm certain that someone knowledgeable in coding and you know, a little bit of knowledge, you wouldn't even need to know classic XCOM, but could almost certainly do it. Because what it could do is a program could read from the mission file, which knows how many aliens are present. And then anytime it could take that full count, and then anytime an alien is counted as killed in the save file, it could just read that text file, see the number, and then just report it back. I'm certain that a programmer could do that probably in a couple minutes. Someone smarter than me could make that work. Because it's all just text files that report that data, so. I don't know if that was 1 or 2. I think it was just 1. Because whenever you go into a mission, the game generates the mission, and it generates a text file for that mission. I could go look at it right now, and it would tell me exactly how many aliens were on the mission and what their loadouts were. So, I don't want to do that, but you could get a program to snoop that file and just look at the total count and just use that value, and anytime an alien was killed, and at the end of the turn it saved. It would probably have to do an autosave on every turn, or some, you know, frequently to be able to update it, but those could probably be done in the background to be basically unnoticed. They've killed about as many of themselves as I've killed of them, so, you know. Not quite, but you get my meaning. We will have to use soldiers, because there are some areas of this map that the tanks cannot get to. But until I have to use soldiers. So one panicked and dropped his gun there. There's one dead there. But until I have to use the soldiers to finish my thought, I will use the tanks for everything I can. That one dropped his weapon. You can see it at his feet. There's not very many of them left. Dead one there. That's an area that the tank can't get into. Well, actually, it might be able to. I don't know if that section of the wall is destruct. It's not, because it's a piece of terrain, and I don't think it's destroyable. It's not just the wall. There's a piece of the actual, like, terrain dirt there. There's 2 dead there. I think I counted those, but like both. Any other areas that the tank can scout that it hasn't yet? Let's make sure. Ooh. Hey, that's pretty good. Here. Oh, also, oftentimes, there will be hallucinoids stuck. Areas like this that have a single lift, sometimes a hallucinoid will be spawned in the upstairs area of one of those rooms and can't get down. I've seen that happen frequently, actually. Okay. Just a matter of locating them. I can't imagine there's another one up here, because I don't think it would have survived if there was. Do this 3x3. Okay. Good. He has a DPL. The other one doesn't, but one of those did. That was right here. Yep. And the other one opened this door. Got him. Nice. Soldiers didn't actually have to do anything. Okay, phase 1's done with 0 losses. At all. That's great. Now we get to the dangerous ones. These maps are static. These maps don't change, but they have fucking tentaculates. And lobstermen. And Tassoth. And deep ones. almost always a tentaculate back here. So this initial area, so you're in, if the map is a square, you're in the top corner of, if it's a diamond. So we're in the top corner, and the exit is in the bottom corner of the map. You can see it right here. It's always in the same place. This map is static. If you follow the route that the game intends you to take, you wind up basically routing kind of all the way through in a winding path. In my last couple playthroughs, wow, this soldier is, look how far displaced they are from the rest of the hell? That is weird. I don't know if I've ever had a soldier that's like out of the spawn area. They're in the next area. My general approach to this map is to go down to this corner and then blow my way through the doors to the other corner, to the exit, instead of routing all the way through. One of the other ways you can do it is to go straight in a downward angle. So from where you start, straight through, and just blow up everything between you and the exit with DPL launchers. We could try that, but yeah, normally you start going this way and you wind through a couple rooms, and then there's a specific room over here, this room here, where there's a point in the wall where you only have to break 2 sections of wall, and basically you're all the way to the exit, or one break away. But this is weird. Yeah, but I always run with the same amount of character, like almost the exact same layout. Maybe I'm normally losing a tank or something, but even with both the tanks spawn, like there's, I don't know, that's weird. I don't know if I've ever seen that, so the only place that enemies can come at you in this opening area is through this door and through this little door. But this little door leads to a dead end. There's actually nothing, this is just a dead end room. But there's very often a tentaculate in here. That's why I've got these 2 tanks. I'm gonna go search this side. But all of the rest of this is closed off. They can't actually get to us through there. And the crew on this level and level 3 are always identical. It's Aquatoid soldiers, Lobstermen, Deep Ones, Tassoth, and Tentaculates. Not Tassoth, Zarquids. I said Tassoth twice earlier and just now. Not Tassoth, Zarquids. Sergio Phoenix, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Echo. Glad to have you here today. And the Lobstermen and Aquatoids are armed with Disruptor Pulse Launchers. And Tentaculates are armed with being bitches. I mean, Tentaculate, you know. And Zarquids and Deep Ones obviously are self-evidently armed as terror units. The good thing is, these walls are generally very easy to destroy. And having 3 displacers active here is actually molto bene. I want to do my very best to make sure I have at least 1 displacer active as we go into the 3rd level. That can be quite difficult here. It's not impossible, just difficult. These walls are quite easy to destroy, and the game took that personally, apparently. So you can see, this is just a dead end. But very often, there's a tentaculate over here. What you can do is blow through this wall and work your way to this corner and then over. But I don't remember the last time I did that. There's almost always a Zarquid in one of these areas. Yeah, so I usually work into this room, and then you come up and around and over into this room, and we'll just take it one step at a time. Because if you start blowing up walls, you expose yourself to disruptor pulse launcher fire very quickly. And that's what I don't want to do. So I'm going to take this, again, methodically and carefully. I'm going to use the displacers to do as much of the work as I can, because they are resilient. And they can survive a DPL shot. They usually won't, because it's a 4-tile unit, so it takes 4 hits. But they can. No tentaculate, no lobster in this area. Okay. The little trap room is safe for now. Yeah, that's that long hallway. And then the big lift to the second level. Alright, how do I want to do this? I probably shouldn't break convention from how I always do this. The last 2 times I came through this map, my only equipment was thermal shock launchers, so I wasn't killing anything. Because that was the 2 pacifist runs. Yeah, you're gonna have to destroy both sections of that wall if you're gonna push through it. Well, the player generally has a better time if you get into a DPL war, in that the player can be smart enough to hide themselves behind a doorway in a room that won't get shot at, because if the enemy doesn't have a clear shot, they're not going to take it. If they don't have a path, if there's a door and walls between you and them, they won't shoot. The player can just shoot at whatever they want. So the player has the advantage of being, you know, a human, and better than the AI of a 90s game in at least some cases. Not all. What's up, Chaos? It's 6 p.m. my time. I got about 90 minutes. Alright. Now this exposes me to balcony here. So, need to be aware of that.
I am aware now of who I really am. It's not like you to say sorry. I was waiting on a different story. This time I'm mistaken for giving you a heart breaking.
Don't know why that song got into my head. I mean, I said a word, you know, a phrase that led me to it, but... these words in my head say, are we having fun yet? It's Teleth, so, you know, as much as we're allowed for the moment. And the last 2 pacifist runs that I did also illustrated very much that this mission can be going perfectly fine, and then 1 DPL shot, and you're in shambles. So... this is not a level where I generally try to kill everything because to take the equipment. I just try to get to the exit because this level is huge and convolutedly laid out. And unlike the Aquatoids on level 1, when these enemies fire DPLs, they're not likely to kill themselves with the shot. They can, and they might kill something else, but Lobstermen can survive one DPL shot 30% roughly of the time. And that's a direct hit. A hit that's not direct, they'll survive it almost every time. If it's more than 2 tiles away from them. Or 1 tile, because then it doesn't do adjacency damage. Tentaculate. As if you guys didn't all see that. Double tentaculate. Okay, 2 tentaculates dead. And I expect to get shot by a DPL. Yeah, I knew there was something in here. There always is. I just... Okay. I think it's always either a hallucinoid or a Zarquid. The tank just didn't see it, I guess. It could have been up, or it could have been right here, like above the door. But... it cannot get up. 4-tile unit, once stunned like that, cannot recover. So, we never have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about it anyway. It can't get out of the room. And it only has melee attacks. So, I could have just left it there, but... it being down at least creates the small opportunity that we could kill everything here. Tentaculates are, chrysalids. They zombify, except that they can fly. Because this is all underwater and they can swim. So, they're chrysalids, but with far more maneuverability because you can't fly into the air to get away from them. Yeah, mildly terrifying. Maybe more than mildly. I'm not sure this is a great idea, but, you know. It gets me access to a lot of the map quickly. I can't go to that tile. I think that means that there's something there. Oh, he only has a thermal shock launcher, so some of them have TSLs and not DPLs on this level. He'll probably stun himself shooting at the tank. Okay. Yeah. Instead of going all the way around, you can shoot your way through here. Which I will probably do, but you need to... I need to cover my butt coming through here. That's not what I was trying to do, but sure. Okay. Right, and there's a door there. That's not the room you really want to get into, though. That's right, those pop. Not enough to damage the tank, but... Nice and slow. We're not rushing here. So Australian walks as if he had squeaky clown shoes. Yeah, I think the floor is the squeaky part. For some reason, these railings explode. Somehow, the railing exploded. Is this a door here? There's almost never a door on a face like this because it's hard, you can't identify it from that angle, so it's not common at all. Okay. One way I can tell if there's a door that I'm not seeing is to select a soldier. There's no path. See, they have a path to here, but no path anywhere else. So there's no doors up here. This is just like a landing or a balcony that they put some aliens on, tentaculates and stuff, but they don't have an actual way to access where the player's area. Because it ends there. There's no doorway. And there's no path. I'm not sure what's happening there. Hey, Newton. It's routing me to here, but then saying I'd be here. I have no idea. That must just be as far as it counts, but I have no clue. Whatever. Point being, there's no path up here. Okay.
All we need is just a ton of patience.
Lobster with a DPL. We have a lobster with a DPL. Sighted. Lobster with a DPL. I repeat. I feel like he's gonna shoot at us. Let's make sure our tanks are separated by barriers in case that happens. If he shoots a DPL, the map's gonna open up real quick and in a hurry. Andy, we installed the safety railing. Should be safe except for one small thing. What's the small thing? Well, it explodes if it's shot by, you know, sonic weaponry, like the stuff we use. Feels like more than a small thing. Nah, who's gonna shoot the railing? Especially not intentionally. Hello. Would you like to shoot me and stun yourself? Okay, so you come into this. I blew through the wall here. So the expected path is you go in here, you go around through here, you come out through here, you go into this place, and you go this way, because I think this is a dead end, or this opens into like a larger part of the map that you probably don't want to be in. One of the aliens ever shot DPLs? I mean, were you here for stage 1? When they fired like 9 of them? They killed themselves with them. They never shot it. If they did shoot at me, they never succeeded, but... To you too, sir. Yeah, there's no door here. So the path has you go around, but then it has you go back this way and kind of weave your way through. So instead, when I get over here, I get to this wall and just blow my way through this wall and into the long corridor that leads to the end. Explosive railing. Oh yeah. This is gonna be good. But I could shoot through this wall now. It's gonna create probably more danger than it's worth. Danger's my middle name. It's not, but my middle initial is D. That Aquatoid stunned himself. That Lobsterman's gonna stun him. Well, he didn't stun himself, but he's gonna get stunned when I shoot him. See? Nice. Sometimes those walls get really difficult to destroy for no apparent reason. It's just the randomness of the damage. So there is no way into the center here. Except... yeah! Because that's the biggest part of the map. Alright. Let me just continue. Okay, so that's a dead end. Yeah. Not on my side. I didn't drop any frames or anything, so... for once. Mostly cursed. I'm gonna use the displacers basically as much as I can here, so... kind of just have the soldiers on standby for the moment. It's rare that I get to level 3 with all the displacers active, so... I'm taking advantage of that. Second stage of 3 of the final mission. The architecture here is disturbing. Hello. That's rude. Oh, the other door. I was like, how is it indicating a path over here? It's not out of, you know, the question to be able to do that. Where the fuck is the tentaculate? You can see it did damage. Not a lot, but it adds up. You take too many of those. It's just a thermal shock launcher, but when it's dead, I don't have to account for it anymore. Okay. Not yet. Started with 3, still have the 3. I'm sure it's possible, except that you'd have to use the thermal shock launcher because any other weapon doing minimum damage won't hurt a lobster man. Like, at all. On Superhuman. Okay. That still takes up a terrain spot. Probably either have to shoot it again or it's not possible to clear it. I just shot to the side there. It's a stun bomb. That's a deep one. Good. No damage from the deep one, it appears. Okay, they can be destroyed. This is the room. Yeah. So normally this is one of the hallways that I'm using to get to the end, because this is the room adjacent to it. So there's a winding chamber over here, and then there's this long hallway right here, and then there's a wall, there's a room, and a wall right here, and if you blow through this wall, you can get around to the staircase that then leads into the exit room. Might be some more damage that I take there from a tentaculate. We did hit it. Once. I haven't done this mission like this ever. Exploring this much of it and kind of spreading the tanks out, and it definitely feels like it's riskier than it needs to be. Yeah, look at the damage that our tank took there. But oftentimes when I'm getting to this phase, I've already lost a tank on the first phase anyway, so. Or stage. Phase, stage, whatever. Okay. Gives us exploration opportunities. This room often has a lot in it. And all this floor explodes. We'll demonstrate that in a moment. Phosphorus. The equivalent to incendiary and TFTD is phosphorus ammo. He didn't stun himself, but that's a good sign. Especially from a squad leader, which would generally have higher morale. I don't know the last time I saw this room, like physically saw it. Just why would I? Okay. Yeah, normally I'm coming through this room right here. So I work my way through this section and then cut through this wall and come through here down to right here. This wall breaks. There's a doorway and you come around because you can't destroy this terrain. You come around. There's a double door corridor or like airlock almost that leads into the staircase that goes down to the exit right here. So the soldiers are going to start moving that way soon. But I'm kind of enjoying exploring more of this map than I've seen in probably more than a decade. It's only in this mission, Proboer. On this stage and the second stage. And it could be like it was an oversight. On their part. That it wasn't intentional. This guy could easily DPL this tank, and that tank has taken some damage already, so. Okay. He doesn't want none of that. So I'll have to destroy that piece of it, apparently, to move through there. Yeah, right here. This is the room, come through here, and then you can cut through this area right here to get to the exit. I'm expecting that one to fire its DPL at some point. That was the stun bomb. Yeah, like that. How'd we do? Full health? Full health that he was already at. That one was already damaged. But, so he didn't take any more damage from it. But you can see that the lobster didn't die either. Not ideal. Now he's gonna get a clean shot at us. But he also opened up a lot of the map. None to the soldiers. The soldiers are accessible. If something came through here, there's a couple paths that we've opened that things can get to them. And near the exit, over here, there's almost always a Zarquid standing around. Actually, if you go down here, I don't know if he'll DPL you from there. Because he'll lose sight of you. And he'll have to move, and if he doesn't get an angle, yeah.
Where did you go, my lobster? Where did you go?
Seriously, where the hell did he go?
I wanna know, my lobster. Where did you go? I wanna know.
Yeah, that's him. Holy convoluted pathing, Batman. Okay, no doors down there, so no more access, so that's closed. Long corridor here. No. I'm thinking of the wrong part of the map. It's a garden. Whoa. Just stay there. That one's only got a stun weapon. Obviously, zero concern for a stun weapon. Where is the one with the DPL? Okay, I should shoot this one. Like, try to deal with him. It's a double door there. Something like right next to me. Deep one there. Right there. Nice. I misclicked there, but whatever. So all of this that the tanks are now exploring is basically what the game wants you to path through to get to the exit. It wants you to take this really long route. Basically, you come through here, and then you come through... Yeah, because that dead ends. And you come back out here, and have to work your way, like, over and into this area, and then it's stupid. That's what it is. Nice. That's a sonic cannon or a Zarquid. Like I said, usually right here near the exit, there's a Zarquid. First one we've seen this campaign. Because we didn't put ourselves in a position to see very many of them. don't think that lobster that's standing right next to our other tank is gonna fire the DPL, but I expect it to melee. Or walk back. Yes, that one. Good. I don't know what Lobsterman melee math says, if they can even hurt a tank in melee. But they haven't yet. So if they can, it's a very low chance. Zarquids can hurt us. Damn. That's the most damage we've taken. Okay, I was gonna say, and we did 0 to him on a shot, which means he can fully resist our damage if we do 50%. Nothing moving close. Okay. I might kill everything on this level at this point. We've already killed 16. It is a lot harder for the tanks to find everything on this level. Of course, I said that about the first level, and then we found them all. So... and then this leads to the exit. But we still have definitely part of the map that hasn't been searched at all. Many parts of the map, in fact. Okay. I don't know if I've ever seen that module piece. And there's your exit. Alright, well, what we're gonna do... I don't know, that's tough, because I didn't clear all of this, and there's usually tentaculates over here. Very common to have tentaculates in this corridor, and lobstermen back here. So sending the soldiers over is going to be very risky. If I might move a tank back over there to watch the kind of escort lead them, but I don't know yet. I need to decide. Yeah, I can send this one back. Not that way. The hell did you get up here? You came through here. No, a different one. Yeah? This tank came through there. Okay. I'll just go through the wall. There's not many left. 6-ish? cleared that quickly. That's good. Suddenly, a tentaculate zombifies 9 soldiers. Mission over. Campaign lost. Shit. Oh my god. If I could stop misclicking, this would go faster. So I need to go slower to then go faster. That had to be a Zarquid again. Didn't damage it. Oh my goodness. Wall's surviving. That one dropped a weapon because stun launcher on the ground there. Okay. Zarquid didn't do any damage, thankfully. Any further damage. Cool. Yeah, at this point, it's probably actually faster to finish the clear. A deep one did make it to our soldiers. No one got hurt. And he fired a stun weapon at it, which thankfully didn't stun any of us. That's spicy. There's a door there. There is a door there? There's no way. No, that wall's... Okay, that wall's closed. Because this is... You start here, and I explored this little room, and there's a door right here. I was like, there's no way. But that wall is solid on both levels, and there's a door right there. So this ties together, but they probably meant to put a door here, or they intended this to be as convoluted as it is, but... We're about to lose this tank. Did you see how much damage we just took? The fuck is that Zarquid right there? Okay, well, that might be one tank that goes down. We'll see. I don't expect that Zarquid will have moved. The thing is, it might get a reaction shot on us. Okay. It might not be able to... Well, it probably can move if it goes up, but it didn't, so... Damn it. What a stupid layout. Okay, there's a double door. It's just a dead end. Hanky son of a bitch. That wall is apparently solid. That one doesn't like to go. This lobsterman is the one that has nearly cost me multiple runs, because I come through this wall up here into this room, and then as I'm approaching the exit, he almost always gets a shot off on us while we're in this area. Maybe that's a flaw in my, you know, pathing, but... Okay, there's nothing in there, right? Come on. This has to be nearly all the enemies. We killed 20 now. That Zarquid will be 21. Deep One Terrorist. Okay, we gotta find him. He might be in here. Kind of the last area I haven't physically been in. Except for back here. Yeah, there could be one back there. Yeah, this is the most of this map I've explored in a decade or more. Like, I know the map, generally speaking, because it's concrete. It doesn't change. What's up, Lobster dude? Uh-huh. You think this was a good idea? Or how we feeling? Cool. Mag Iron armor is very good armor, so... This tank only has 9 health. There's almost always a lobsterman back here. I gotta find this last deep one. Wherever it might be. And there might be another Zarquid back here. We're hearing doors. There's not that many places where there's doors. Terrible. That was terrible, too. Come on. Problem is, it's not a too wide hallway. Okay. That's what we do. We just go through the upper. Okay, it was to the right. It's over here somewhere. Go through the top, yeah. That was to the right from here. It's got to be in this area. I don't even know if there's any doors over here. Over here? Fucking hell. I don't know. Alright, let's go from this vantage. Found the deep one. It was over here. I wasn't wrong in that, but... That was the 62 health tank, but it was probably hitting under the under armor, which is the weakest that the tank has, at 100. And it can damage even their front armor, so at 130. So it's one of the strongest attacks. That could be the last alien. I bet that it is. Unless there's a Zarquid trapped somewhere. It's the last alien. I'm all but certain. Yeah, we gotta go through the wall. Everything else will take forever. And it's gonna still be moving. That enemy's not just gonna stand still. There's no way this made it that far yet. Like, if a deep one was over here. Well, we know there was a deep one over here because it killed the tank. There's no way it made it that far yet. Oh my god, the displacer actually used all its ammo. Holy crap. That might be a first. Alright. Yeah, I see that you said 4 shots left. Yep. It'll kind of be annoying if it literally comes down to like 1 alien left and I have to move on without killing it, but it won't be a big deal either way. It's a good question, Proboer, and I honestly cannot answer it because I am not certain. I'm sure that I've encountered that problem or question before and knew the answer at some point, but I don't off the top of my head. Bigger issue I have is it is about 6:45 my time, and I've got at most about an hour. So we need to get to phase 3, stage 3. The reason to be up in the air is probably completely academic at this point, but it would keep a lobster man from being able to melee us, which is not something I really need to be concerned about, because a tentaculate could still reach us, Zarquids could fire at us, anything with a gun could fire at us, and deep ones can still spit at us. Well, start moving since you can't go through the wall. He needs to go back out. Where we're trying to get is over here. That's a long way to go. Be nice if I just picked it up on a scanner and take it out. That's just a void room. Okay. There's nothing actually there. Alright, what's my path to here look like? Okay. They did one thing in their design of the third phase, whereas the second level has all these destructible walls, the third level has terrain for the dividing walls. So you can't just blow your way through it. Even with a DPL. Maybe with enough shots, but they force you to see every section of the third phase, like entirely. Yeah, I don't know the last time I ran a displacer out of ammo. Put it to a lot of use, and I don't know how much ammo the one that died had. It's been so infrequent or so rare that I've ever gotten even close to running them out of ammo that I literally wasn't paying any attention to it. Because I cannot remember the last time that happened. Okay. I'm gonna make this a little easier on myself. And the kicker is this doesn't even come close to approaching the longest missions I've had, not in time or turns. Not even close. It opens up my path to the exit a lot, so. Both of them. The second hard mode finale didn't take that long as far as the run that actually completed, or the one that actually completed, because we had so much trouble on the surface, it took all day. But hard mode campaign 1, the final mission took 6.5 hours, and we got down to 3 soldiers alive, and that was it. That finished the final. We killed every single alien in the Mars base. So, before we even found the brain. So yeah, hard mode campaign 1 finale took, it was a long one, for sure. Campaign 2, I cursor scanned out the brain super luckily right at the beginning of phase 2, and then just beelines to it because we were so short on soldiers that, and it'd been all day of fighting with the stupid stuff on the surface. The imbalance of that particular mission. I did some speedrunning way in the past, but it's never been anything that's been super appealing to me. It's just not the way I've ever really enjoyed approaching XCOM. Because that is less about any knowledge of the game, honestly, and just about execution of a prescribed, you know, set of inputs. Do X, do Y, you know, yeah. Do these things in this order at this time, and that's how you execute the speedrun. So it doesn't really involve actual XCOM gameplay. Always fun, Holiday. When the enemy's making his mistake, don't interrupt him. Throw a grenade at me, go for it. There's gonna be one deep one left, and that's gonna be it. That's the only alien left, is a single deep one, but I'd have to find the damn thing if I want to kill it and move to the next phase that way. Come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I mean, yeah, sneaky AI definitely contributes to how the AI is behaving here, but at this point, they should also be on full aggression and be searching for me. Doesn't mean they will be, it's just what they should be doing. I think that was probably one that was just stunned. I don't know. Yeah, he stunned himself when he shot us through the door, I think. Scorched earth, dude. I'm gonna get you. They're not trapped because it was a deep one that shot. It killed one of our tanks right here. So we know it was moving around in this area. And a single tile unit can't get trapped anywhere. So we heard a door over here just now. Could be one of these doors. Here, let's go. I just hit the terrain. Good, didn't damage the tank. Keep hitting terrain pieces. That did damage our tank by a lot. It's all these little bits of terrain that occasionally it will say, yeah, you hit something there. Sometimes it doesn't care. Alright. I'll wait till our tank's further out of the way before I do another one, but... Alright. Okay, let's go. The only good thing is I'm gonna regret saying this in a second. I'm more or less certain that the only thing left is a single deep one and nothing with like a DPL that could shoot us or a tentaculate that could zombify us. A deep one could still kill people, even one of the tanks, especially now that that other tank is at less than half health, but I truly don't believe that... I don't think that'll make much of a difference either way. Don't want to lose the tank, but... Okay, from here, it was a door over here. Doesn't give me that much info, but that's what I'm hearing. all this for one deep one. It's about sending a message. You know? So he was on the edge of that explosion and took 0 from it. So he would be on the far edge of wherever that final hit was in order to take 0 from it. I'm gonna get basically everybody else to the exit, and then I'm gonna kill him. And it's gonna be like, you're done. You killed them all. Thanks, game. It will allow me to take more equipment into the final area. Some of these have DPL launchers. Some of them have stun bombs. The DPL ammo is the more, you know, more valuable one. But I did, mostly because in my ammo pile at the entrance is a bunch of DPL shots because everything on the surface, on the first level, all those Aquatoids had DPLs, and we didn't blow any of them up. They blew some of their own up, but we didn't. So in the end, I wound up basically taking my most common path to the exit anyway. I just explored the map and killed a bunch of stuff that I normally wouldn't, and that's okay. I don't even know if you had 3 tanks and a full crew, if you could get everything out. Like if there's room on the floor. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you can give 4 soldiers there, and then a tank there leaves you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, you'd be like 2 short, 2 tiles short. $12, $13, $14, $15, it's only 20 total spots. No, it's 24 total spots. Yeah, it's 24 total exit spots, and you could have 26 soldiers. Guess they're not expecting everybody to live. And even giving enough room on the exit. Where are you? I will level this place to find you, you little shit. Yeah, but I mean, if you just walked to the exit, there's not enough space. There's not enough tiles. If you had if you had a full crew, there's not enough space to exit if you just walked to the exit lift and left. Or tried to. And that's odd. That's all. Seems like a little bit of an oversight. Because it's entirely possible, especially on a lower difficulty, that you make it to this tile, especially if DPL shots start going off and you don't do the full routing through the entire level, that you make it over here with your whole crew alive and not have killed every alien or even most of them. And then you'd be like, I can't take everybody, what the hell? I want to be centered here. I'm never gonna find him like this. There you go, Newton. Got him. He's coming through here. Yeah, and I'm firing DPLs over here. He's right there. Said we'd get everybody to the exit and then kill him. Alright, now we'll find out about the ammo. Nope. Ammo is not restored. 21 shots on this one. No sonic cannons either. Okay, so yeah. Problem with this map is it is long, no matter how you do it. Fuck. And it's already 7:15. And there is no way to make this map go faster. You have to do the full route. I shouldn't have wasted so much time wasted on the second map. Well, that was 2 hits. I don't know if it was 2 kills. It might have just been a single Aquatoid. Let's not blow up our tank. I hate how the floor pattern doesn't line up with the cursor. They did that on purpose, and it's not okay. Yeah. That's a very good description of this one. So, the goal is right here. The power cells to the sarcophagus are right here, but you cannot go through these walls. Nothing will destroy them. You can see that you can destroy the brick, but the walls themselves, these are indestructible terrain pieces. So, you have to go all the way around. Like, there's no way to go faster here. There's the Aquatoid I killed. And last thing I want to do is not finish this mission, but I've only got so much time, so I'm gonna try to move expeditiously. Because I need to eat something before raid. Hold on. I'm getting an encoding issue. That might be causing some chop. That might have been the lag that people were talking about earlier, because I didn't notice any frame dropping, but it could have been a little bit of an encoding hiccup. Yeah, like that. Really? Let me try something. Suddenly having an encoding issue. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the encoding suddenly. Yeah, but it shouldn't be happening at all. That's the main annoyance. All right. Yeah, it's happening more than it should. Which is to say, it's happening at all, but okay, I think I know why, actually. 1 second. Yeah, that's definitely part of it. See if that helps. Alright, so lobstermen, tentaculates, deep ones, zarquids, hallucinoids. The hallucinoids and zarquids are almost always in the final chamber and the antechamber before the final chamber. Deep ones, there's a little side chamber over here where they kind of kind of sneak them up behind you on the deep ones. The lobstermen and aquatoids are kind of just spread out through the level, but they are almost all armed with DPLs and stun launchers, just like on the previous level. Which makes it dangerous. But the level, they can't blow through the walls either, and the level layout is static, so you know generally where they're gonna be. Yeah. And I'm not, like, we're quitting the subtle tactics, so... Yeah, I think it's a memory leak happening. Hey, have a good one, Newton. Have a good jog. Jog enough for both of us, because I'm not exercising enough recently. Get mine in for me, too, please. That's the one thing I do need to change. I've done a lot of things to change, you know, my day-to-day habits this year, but one of the things I haven't done enough is get more physical activity back into my life. I've never been the most physically active person, at least not since my early 20s. I used to roll jujitsu and do a little kickboxing, and I used to walk and, you know, jog occasionally. Walk regularly, jog occasionally, but then when I started working in an office job, I just got complacent and lazy about it. And now working from home and having a job that primarily has me sedentarily sitting at a desk, and also most of my free time is my you know, free hobby time is sitting in front of this machine as well. It's definitely easy to not get up and be active. I have added a little bit of activity back in at times. I've even talked about it here a little bit. Just getting little moments of activity added in when I was doing other stuff. So do a couple push-ups against the counter, or because my shoulder's still fucked, so still tough to do an actual regular push-up. You know, while I'm cooking dinner, because I'm sitting there waiting on the food to cook anyway. Do some body weight squats just standing in the kitchen while the rice cooker's finishing, you know, stuff like that. Just trying to add little bits in here and there. And it's not much, but like I said, I can tell that it contributes in a meaningful way if I'm consistent with even that little bit. And the more I do it, when I'm not, these last couple weeks I haven't been on it at all, but the more I'm on it, the more it's easy to maintain and the more energy I have to then do a little bit more. I haven't slept 12 hours in the last 3 days combined, so that's... I ain't got the energy right now. Again, more energy would happen if I was more active, but... I'll take what I can get right now. Work with what I got. Now, the other thing about this map is because of the static layout and the large map that it is, the enemies tend to be very spaced out, and it makes this map honestly quite easy in that you're generally only running into like one enemy at a time. Look, there was like one Aquatoid in this room, one Lobsterman in this room. Like, that's not hard to take out. You got a whole crew. Your whole crew's coming from one spot, so... And normally you have at least one tank that's healthy and has ammo. I have one that's moderately healthy and one that has a little ammo. Combined, they're one decent tank. Independently, they're two beat-up pieces of machinery. It's the same exact layout as the floor before. So 23, 22, 23. It'll be the exact same, not only number, but the exact same distribution. Same number of Zarquids, same number of hallucinoids, same number of deep ones, same number of aquatoids, tentaculates, everything. It's identical between the two levels. Why? I don't know. Because they didn't include Tassoth or Gilman. Gilman I get, but Tassoth I feel like should be part of it. But I think those two are the ones that are not part of the alien species, as it were. They're like the naturally occurring one. Well, Tassoth may not be, but I don't fucking know. I just play the game. I don't have to understand it. And I don't pretend to. There are doorways. You can torpedo to the doorways and blow them up, but I don't know the layout perfectly. I could cursor scan and maybe torpedo it all, but there's not enough waypoints to torpedo from the front to the end. You have to go all the way through. You would need like 30 waypoints to get a torpedo here to the sarcophagus, because you have to go all the way through winding corridors to this edge of the map, and then all the way down this edge of the map to the other corner, and then all the way back up to the top of the map, and then all the way along the top of the map into the sarcophagus chamber, and then through 2 chambers into the final room. You cannot go through these walls. You are forced to go the long way all the way around. I can't say that it's well designed from a standpoint of particularly being enjoyable or challenging, but from a standpoint of forcing you to experience the level as they intended you to experience, yeah, it accomplishes that. Because you cannot cheese it without mods or exploits or some other factor. You can see that these can't be destroyed. Even this one's been hit multiple times. I mean, I could hit it again with the DPL, but I'm almost certain that framework cannot be destroyed. You can see that you have the level with brick on it, then just the metal, then just the framework. And I'm almost certain this framework can't be destroyed. If it can, I'll fire 10 DPLs at this wall until it's broken, and then I'll kill the sarcophagus with one shot. Of course, I'm not really going to fire a DPL at this right now. We're all standing next to it, but... I feel like if you could get through these walls with just DPL shots, that would have been something I knew about years ago. So, again, I'm almost all but certain that it is impossible. 7:30. So we pull in an hour. Oh, hi. It's not near enough, though. This is going to take me at least another half hour, and I need to eat something before. Just going to try to focus on this. It is the final mission. Final phase, or final stage of the final mission. Yep. Damn it. That's a deep one. Okay, no tentaculate visible there. So this is normally, there's a door here. You have to go this way. But there's a door here that goes into a room that does not lead anywhere else. But it's a big room, and there's tentaculates and deep ones in it. Almost every time. Or there is. I mean, I just killed a deep one in there, so... Hit something, but didn't kill. Shit. Alright, give me just a second. I need to... Give me just a second, guys. I'm trying to coordinate this so that I can just focus on stream. Just bear with me 1 second. Okay. Let's try to move. All right. We don't have all the DPL ammo in the world, but we can pick up some as we go, as long as we don't blow up all the bodies. So, for example, this guy's got some ammo, so we can pick up the 3 that we replaced without even having to unload his gun. Or the 3 that we used, rather, and replace them without having to even unload his gun. This tank has not much value because it has no ammo and only 9 health, so I'm basically going to use it as a scout until it dies. Guess I can soak up stun shots. There's a tent. I'm going to use this one to scout this room because it does have ammo and can shoot anything that it runs into, as long as it doesn't die. It could die, but what are you going to do? Okay, there's a tentaculate there. I have ways of dealing with tentaculates. Oh god, if this shot were to fuck up. Oh my god, it could end us all right now. Literally all of us. Okay, so we hit 2 there, but only killed 1. That tells me it was a Lobster man that fired the stun launcher there. Because he took the hit, but did not die. And an Aquatoid would have been dead, guaranteed. Ooh. Okay. That could be a tentaculate. If it is, it probably destroys the tank. If it's a lobster with a DPL, it could destroy the tank. If it's a deep one, it could destroy the tank. Basically anything but an Aquatoid with a stun weapon, or a Lobster man with a stun weapon, could destroy the tank. And obviously it would have been smarter if I motion tracked before I moved up, but I don't do that. I think it knocked itself out. No, it was... Well, you don't have... Oh, you do have ammo. Oh, this one is the one without ammo. I'm an idiot. Alright. Okay. Just a stun launcher, though. That's what I'm looking for. Shit. fine. Okay. Dead tack. Didn't hit that one. Oh. You. Oh, shit. Got a good radius. I'll take that. Can you make this shot? No. It's fine. Wasted shots. It's 2 tentaculates we've killed. Trying to remember how many there were on the previous level, but I wasn't paying that much attention. Either 3 or 4. I'm not overly concerned at this guy walking up and stun bombing us because our armor gives us a lot of resilience against that stun. It's not perfect. We could get knocked completely out, but I'm not expecting that to happen, so. Also, I should have left that further forward, but yeah. He tried to make the same shot we were trying to make from the other side. The hell did he go? Oh, he knocked himself out. He's right there on the ground. Okay. So count that. All right. There we go. We've made it down one end. So we've made it down one side. We have to go down the other, up, back over, almost to the entrance, to here, and then into the final area. Once I get to the top of the final room, I can just, if long as I have some DPL ammo, basically just blow my way through into the sarcophagus room, through the doorways. I'm not trying to look at the tank. Damn. You fucker. He knocked out 2 people. Yeah, I was just saying, ooh, we're not too concerned about getting knocked out. The game's like, are you sure about that? Maybe you should have been. That just slows us down, too. Spend that time standing there shooting. And obviously, 2 less people moving forward. Yeah! Fucking knew it. Okay. Should have just bombed back there again. Actually, okay. All their dye grenades. Alright, quick recap is 2 deep ones, 2 tentaculates. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think 11, because I think there was the other Aquatoid corpse, but whatever. Okay, can't go through there with the tank unless we blow that. Okay. It's also one of the good things about coming through here is the enemy DPLing against you can be difficult for them because of the breaks that these doorways create. Yeah, we just dumped 10 stimulants into them and they're still on the ground, so might as well dump into the same one. Alright, that's ragged up. Okay. Alright, they can pick up gear and catch up. Hopefully. What's up, Quampa? Good to see you. UFO final mission or TFTD final mission? UFO, just because at least there's some variable there. TFTD, it's always this. There's no... This map and the one before it are always identical. like, there's no variable to them. It's the same enemies in often the same positions, in the same numbers, so it's more memorization and a little bit of execution than actual strategy. There's another doorway. Hold your breath, kid. Okay. Yeah, I don't tend to care for final missions that are static in that regard. Like, the XCOM2 one is a little bit better because there's some variable to it, but the Enemy Within and which extends to Long War final mission, are static and predictable, and that just makes them a little bit less enjoyable, and for me, for my part. But in a game where most of the other missions are randomized, not all, but most, I dislike that the finale, you know, the capstone, often isn't. I think they swapped equipment, but whatever. Hey, TNT, good to see you. It's the final level. We're on our way to the final room, so yeah. Yeah, final map, final stage of the final mission. And we're not too far from the end, but... And I'm trying not to hurry, but I'm also trying to hurry. Yeah. I'm supposed to be, doing something else very soon. But this is more important. I'm not gonna leave in the middle of Stage 3 of Teleth if I don't absolutely have to. So we're here. We're here till we're done. We're here till we're dead, until you find somebody better. And you can't find anybody better than me. I'm sure there's people better at TFTD than me. Not many, mind you, but a few. We could eat a DPL shot here, by the way, from an enemy, and bam! That'd be all she wrote. That might end the streamer. Like, that might end the mission early if we die. No one is louder? That's very likely true. That might be empirical fact. We all play with the gifts that God gives us. We did eat a DPL. It just didn't hit us. He fired and hit this column. Take the luck when it happens. There's the aqua turret I blew up. So this final hallway, because we DPL'd out the doors, we're moving pretty quickly, and then this section is pretty open, so we're gonna try to move through it fairly quickly. But there are still some tentaculates alive. Excuse me, huh? Yeah, and I've talked about before how, obviously, it was said that the final mission in Enemy Within is notoriously difficult to mod. The game itself is notoriously difficult to mod, which is one of the things that makes Long War such an achievement. Not just because it's a great mod, but because it's a great mod made in a game that is anti-mod as games get, basically. And I've said this before too, I'm repeating myself, but it's the reason why XCOM2 is so moddable, is because they saw what Long War did for Enemy Within's life span as a game, and were like, we need to do that. And they hired the guys who made Long War to mod XCOM, to make XCOM2 more moddable. They said this needs to be in our games. Like, we need to be able to do that. This is a dangerous shot. Could wipe out my tank. Good. It just had to get past the first couple tiles, and I knew it'd be fine. Because if it impacts one of these one of the columns or this wall, that's when it's a problem. As long as it made it past the first couple tiles, it was going to be fine. Yeah, Thor Snore, agreed. I think it is one of, if not the best gaming mods ever made. Or certainly has one of the highest historical standards for importance to game mods. Obviously, mods have existed in games for far longer, and there are other games that are more modded, but as a cohesive improvement or enhancement to a game, Long War's hard to beat. And it's also hard to beat. Ah! I'm running on very little sleep, as you can tell. Alright, give me just a second. Give me 1 second, just typing a message I need to send. Agreed. Yeah, the quality of that mod is exceptionally high. For sure. That is doubtless. At least for me, it is. Not everyone will agree, but they're wrong. So if we want to take the tank through this doorway, we have to blow out one of the panels. You can do that with the DPL, or the tank itself can do it with its own ammo, or a sonic cannon can do it, but we didn't bring any sonic cannons to this mission. So the easiest way to do it is to hit it with the DPL, but that means keeping everyone away. I have to move the tanks back a little bit, so that does slow our progress down. But the tank's stopping at the door to shoot the doorway out, and it might not go in 1 or 2 shots. It might take 5. We ran out of ammo in the previous stage from shooting down walls, for example. So, yeah. This is the final chamber right up here. That's one of the power nodes for the sarcophagus, which is... It's up there. I'm just not cursor scanning it very well right now, but yeah. You're right there to the final room from where you start, but you just have to do all this shenaniganry and chicanery to get there. All this tomfoolery. That's just by far the fastest way, because it clears the doorway entirely, and tanks can just do what they do and move up. Obviously, one of these is kind of tanky, and one of them is not tanky at all right now, and one of them doesn't have any ammo, so it's a mixed bag, but... And our soldiers are all apparently exhausted as well, so... I guess I've been sprinting a fair bit, and I shouldn't have been, but damn. Like, what? I haven't been sprinting that much with them. At least I didn't think I had been. Now, if I'm correct, there's an antechamber here where we're going to need to blow it up, too. Yeah, double doors. Good. I'm gonna leave the soldiers standing still for a turn or two to get their energy back, because that's gonna overall translate into faster for me than actually, like, rushing. Okay, nothing in there. That's fine. He only has a stun weapon, so I don't care about him. Something else might shoot me, but... They're out of ammo. No, they're not. They just don't have the time units. Okay, I just moved them too far. They didn't have the time units to reload. It's like, there's no way they're out of shots. And they weren't. Are you still running out of energy? No, okay. Their energy's recovered after a couple turns. It's just... yeah. A DPL shot here would be fucking amazingly bad for us. Also, it's possible to destroy the floor so much in some of these places that you can't walk over them. If you destroy that texture, like the dirt texture there, you can't walk on the tile. And I had it happen in one of my campaigns where it made the door impassable. We had to, like, blow through the door jam to be able to get through the door because it had blown, like, a hole through the texture of the floor of the map. So there was, like, a void. And yet you can't get through these walls. Yeah, that could be that tank getting destroyed. Deep ones can for sure do enough damage. Okay. If it happens, it happens. Lots of stun weapons. There it goes. Had to be the last attack of the turn because the game loves to be a dick like that. He's just short of being able to fire. I don't want to fire at that angle. Try it like this. Okay, that deep one and Aquatoid. All right, tank, give me a backer. Got him. Okay, stun weapon, not concerned. Now, the danger of how I'm doing it this time, with the DPLs blowing out the doorways, is we don't have doors to stand behind that would intercept and block enemy disruptor pulse launchers from hitting us. So there is risk. But because we're tending to kill everything that could be in a position to fire at us anyway, with the exception of that one lobster man who did get a shot off and hit nothing but himself. Overall, should be fine. Overall. Should. A lot of qualifiers. He didn't fall? Inconceivable. Catch up with this if he's dead. If he falls, fine. If not, the sword. I'm going to duel him left-handed. You know what a hurry we're in. It's the only way I can be satisfied. If I use my right, it's over too quickly. Oh, have it your way. Sorry. Started monologuing Princess Bride quotes. Not that sorry, though. It's a great movie. We're almost there.
Your way. Your way. Which way's my way? Pick one of those rocks. Hide behind the boulders. In a minute, the man in black will come around the bend. The moment his head is in view, hit it with the rock! My way is not very sportsmanlike.
Skull just hanging all the way in the back. It's like, I'm not getting involved in this noise. Nah. I pulled a hamstring. Go on without me. Ugh. They're the smart one. They're like, I don't want to be... Everyone up front's gonna die if a shot goes bad. I'm gonna stay back here.
Just like a scumbag yard, say. You should come down here once a week and clean house.
Yep.
Come back again, it's almost easy. Come back to me, it's almost easy.
I hate this. You have to go here and here and then... Yeah! Why? Okay. Fuck you. I knew that was gonna happen. Okay, they're out, but I'm gonna do this. Got the deep one and the Aquatoid hit the Lobster, man. You have 3 shots. Alright. Because I want this doorway gone, too. Okay, that at least stunned. Maybe it didn't. It doesn't really matter if the doorways are blown out now because the tanks are both destroyed. So the only reason to blow the doorways open is mostly to get the tanks through. Other than that, it doesn't really matter. And as I enumerated before, actually having the doors in place can be a very good thing. So... because of DPL shots and stun shot, like, it just can be a benefit. Is that a DPL? Sweet. I'm getting extra ammo. Nice. Another one. He's just short on time units. Son of a bitch. Good. That's most of the enemies dead. That's 19. Like, that's a lot. Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, I'm gonna give it a turn or two to get energy. I think they just came through this doorway. Or are about to. Yeah. Zero. Okay. I mean, you had a choice between a stun bomb and this. There's a tentaculate. Uh-huh. Gladly shoot that son of a bitch. That's that sneaky tentaculate at the end of the mission, you know. Feel like you've got most of them dead, and then you're going through this last narrow hallway with tight corners and doorways, and, you know, because you have antechamber, 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 4 in a row, 5 in a row of little rooms with doorways, so you're not going to be able to set up reaction shots or anything, and just comes through a doorway, zombifies 3 people, and you might not lose off that, but it ain't gonna be enjoyable. It's an extra shot. I can put it in their backpack and take it out and shoot. Or drop it and then have it for a later turn. We didn't scan anything within 10 tiles, and through this doorway, it all just goes back. So something would have to be very close to reach us, so we should be fine to move up, even grouped up here. Some of the remaining enemies, of the enemy count that's left, which is maybe 3 or 4 more aliens, maybe 6 maybe, at max, are gonna be 4 tile units that are stuck in the final chamber. Zarquids and hallucinoids. And as long as we don't blow out one of the final doors, they cannot get out of the final area. They're stuck in the sarcophagus chamber and the chamber immediately adjacent to it. That door sounded close, though. Yep, right there. I wonder if it's a tentaculate. It is. But we are spaced just enough to say, fuck you, you bitch. Almost there. It is still alive. Yes, there was no death's cry there, so it is still alive. But shooting stuff on the ground is very difficult in the vanilla game. We'll probably just drop a grenade on it. It would be very difficult for it to wake up on the immediate turn after being shot. But what we can do is, we can put a stun bomb on it, and there's no chance it wakes up at that point. But we can also just drop a grenade on it, a sonic pulsar, which is most likely what I'll do. Yeah, Ska can drop one on it as they come past. So there were 4 tentaculates total, 2 of them all the way here in this final hallway. Again, trying to catch you late in the mission. I know of at least 3 for sure, which is pretty crazy considering, you know, the comparatively small population of Iceland. It's pretty cool. But I know that we've got a lot of viewers in Canada too, and it's cold as fuck there. I have a lot of viewers in Western Europe and the UK, which is cold. You, Olsen, and there was another one who I haven't seen in a while, but there was their username started with an S, but they were Icelandic as well. I'll remember the name here in a second. But yeah, 3 that I knew of, or who at least had said they were. I don't know that you do live there. You could just be saying that, but I imagine you do. Also, I would imagine that just people living in the northern U.S. are probably pretty cold this time of year, so... Scalix. I think that's who it was, Thorsner. Scalix, I believe, was also Icelandic. I might be misremembering, but... Alright, final chamber. Well, anti-chamber to the final chamber. There will be a hallucinoid on either side, basically. Or there might be 4 hallucinoids and then Zarquids. Usually Zarquids are in the final chamber, but it's not... There's no rhyme or reason to it from what there's gonna be 4 to 8 4-tile Terra units within these last 2 rooms. That's what I can say. Yeah, that's pretty cold. I don't know... Like, that's pretty cold. Here, it's damn near warm. Well, not now. It's in the 40s Fahrenheit, but... Well, it's weird fucking weather here. No snow, no cold. We had 18°C the other day, which is... 65 degrees almost? Jeez. Yeah, that's warm. That's warm. All right. Okay. What did I say? Got a Zarquid and one of the power nodes. Got the Tentaculate. Two more. Oof. Almost killed Bluegrass. Wow. Really? From there? I hit another... Sounded like tentacular... Or hallucinoid. Oh, not that. Alright, he'll be fine. Okay, there are no more enemies left. I just have to destroy the final power supply node. If I could stop clicking the wrong damn things. But there are no enemies left alive. You can see because the end turn is instant. That's the one. Last power node we need to destroy. All right, not bad. No restarts. Got that campaign in one and done. Only lost 10 soldiers for the whole run. Wow. Yeah. 9 tanks. Didn't lose a soldier on the final mission. We lost all 3 tanks, but we didn't lose a soldier on the final mission. Friendly fire incidents 1. And I'm pretty sure it was that bomb at the very end was the only one. Not too shabby. Yeah, I don't know where the ending credits went. It just, like, blinked right past him. I'm not sure. Worst mission, negative 750. That was bailing on the artifact sites that we didn't want to do. Yeah, a little anticlimactic because the final cutscene didn't play, and I'm not sure why. It just blinked right past it to the score, but yeah. So that's the final mission. That's Teleth. All 3 phases as they are. So that wraps TFTD. So we got a UFO defense, superhuman Iron Man campaign with no restarts. We had 1 campaign, start to finish. No restarts, no reloads. Pure Iron Man. TFTD, same way. 1 start. We didn't have to restart at all. 1 and done. So got back to basics, handled them well, and hopefully reset my mental a little bit. And we're gonna hit probably XCOM2 again, but I'm gonna let the next 2 days kind of be the deciding factor on that. It might be Long War for Enemy Within. It might be something else. It's almost certainly going to be an XCOM game next. The 2 front runners are either Long War or XCOM2, and I wanted to get another XCOM2 run in, so I think that's what I'm leaning towards, but again, I'll dwell on it the next couple days and see what I can make happen. So thank you guys so much for tuning in today for an awesome finale to the TFTD campaign. The final mission, we did it very methodically. The only thing we lost was the 3 tanks. No soldiers. We did a whole campaign and only lost 10 soldiers the whole campaign, so that's not too bad. I kind of streamlined that campaign. I didn't do a lot of extraneous missions. I didn't do artifact sites, and I did very few terror sites. Kind of just did it in a not speedrun way, and not the most efficient way, but kept it pretty directed towards getting a victory. So thank you all for tuning in. I am already late. My first pull for my WoW raid was supposed to be 4 minutes ago, and I'm the raid leader and the guild leader, and I'm not there. So thank you all for hanging out. Thank you so much for the good times, good vibes, and good conversations today. And as always, I'll see you next time, right here in the Echo, where each and every one of us has a voice. Good night. God bless. Be good people. And I'll see you next time, folks. Adios.